Hey, hey, good afternoon. Yeah, it's gonna rain, I guess, in a bit. It's been drizzling on and off. But it did rain quite a bit yesterday. Full on. It's been raining all day.
Izquierda.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't start pouring here. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I can't find my tiny speaker, which is weird because I always tend to keep them back in their spot. Yeah, I need to search for it. To play some podcasts.
Suoraan heitä.
Yeah, she was not happy. Can I even connect to this thing? Okay, there we go.
Wondery Plus subscribers can listen to Against the Odds early and ad-free right now. Join Wondery Plus in the Wondery app or on Apple Podcasts. A listener note: Against the Odds uses dramatizations that are based on true events. Some elements, including dialogue, may be invented, but everything is based on research. Gareth Perry Davies slides his sandblasting gun along a massive steel girder in front of him. Every few seconds, he kicks his fins a bit to stay level. Steadiness is important in underwater repair work. After a moment, he pulls back the gun and examines the patch of metal he's stripped of paint. It's not good news. He can see a crack. Every week, it seems like he finds something else in need of fixing on this rig. It's 10 p.m. on July 6, 1988. Perry Davies works as a diver on the Piper Alpha oil rig in the North Sea. Piper Alpha is the world's largest oil drilling platform. It sits 110 miles off the east coast of Scotland and has been pumping oil from beneath the ocean floor for more than a decade. Perry Davies is a slender man in his early 30s. Dark circles ring his eyes. A headlamp affixed to his yellow helmet casts an eerie glow. He's 50 feet below the surface, connected to the rig by an umbilical cord that pumps air into his helmet. It also keeps him in radio contact with his supervisor and powers his sandblasting gun. Perry Davies looks down, and his headlamp illuminates a few feet of the algae-covered girder which stretches down.
I brought it for
into the darkness
TTS,
below.
just in case.
These giant steel legs hold up the behemoth rig. It weighs 34,000 tons and towers 289 feet above the ocean surface. As he examines the crack in the steel girder, he hears a voice through his headset. It's his supervisor, John Barr.
Colchester United picked up some new players last night.
Well, they might not finish last place then.
I wouldn't go that far.
Perry Davies chuckles. Colchester United is his hometown football club. They're rivals of Barr's team, and the two men enjoy needling each other. Barr often chats like this while the divers work. Perry Davies appreciates it. It passes the time in the cold, dark water. He's been working for 40 minutes now and has 20 minutes left on his shift. Perry Davies updates Barr on the crack, then continues sandblasting to remove more paint. The crack is even longer than he realized. The engineers are going to have the work cut out for them patching this one. Suddenly, Perry Davies sees a white flash above him, like a car flicking its headlights on and off. Then he feels something. A deep thump, like a giant fist slamming into a boxing bag. Perry Davies looks up, confused. A moment later, the power to his sandblaster dies. He's instantly on guard. Has something shorted out above? Is he in danger of getting electrocuted? 10 seconds later, there's another flare of light. This time, it's orange, and unlike before, it doesn't go away. Perry Davies speaks into his headset. "John, what's going on?" Barr doesn't respond. Instead, through his headset, Perry Davies hears chaos in the dive room up on the rig. Frantic shouts, alarm bells. What on earth is happening? After an agonizing minute, Barr gets back on the line.
Garrett, ditch your gun. Get to the surface.
Perry Davies is stunned. Ditch his gun? It costs thousands of pounds, and the rig operators are notoriously cheap. Sometimes it feels like they treat the tools better than the men. Did I hear you right, John? Ditch the gun?
Yes, get up here fast. There's been an explosion.
Perry Davies drops the heavy gun, letting it sink down into the inky water. Then he pirouettes and swims toward the diving bell that will bring him to the surface. He has no idea what's going on up there. But if it's enough to make Piper Alpha abandon tools in the ocean, it must be the most serious accident anyone on board has ever seen.
I would define reclaiming as to take back what was yours. Something you possess is lost or stolen, and ultimately you triumph in finding it again. Listen to Reclaiming with Monica Lewinsky wherever you get your podcasts.
When a young woman named Desiree vanishes without a trace, the trail leads to Kat Torres, a charismatic influencer with millions of followers. But behind the glamorous posts and inspirational quotes, a sinister truth unravels. Binge all episodes of Don't Cross Kat early and ad-free on Wondery Plus.
From Wondery, I'm Mike Corey, and this is Against the Odds. In the 1970s and 80s, drilling for oil in the North Sea was one of the most lucrative businesses in the world. There were billions of barrels of oil to recover from beneath the ocean bedrock, as well as huge stores of natural gas. One company in particular was cashing in.
There's no
Occidental
cutting
Petroleum,
through on the other
an American
side.
corporation that operated what was then the largest oil rig in the world, called Piper Alpha. By 1988, 12 years since it first came online, Piper Alpha had made $25 billion in revenue for Occidental.
Oh yeah.
Between its profits and its size, the rig earned the nickname the Monster. But in the summer of 1988, Piper Alpha will be called a monster for a different reason. Between 10 p.m. and midnight on July 6th, a series of mistakes led to explosions and a massive fire on board. 226 men were trapped on the burning platform. The Inferno would soon go down as one of the deadliest man-made disasters in history. This is episode 1, The Leak. Bob Ballantine cracks open another beer and tries to concentrate on the opera playing on his tape deck. He's sitting on a threadbare sofa in the apartment he shares with his wife, Pat Slater. It's a warm evening in late June, 1988, in Aberdeen, Scotland. At 45, Ballantine has decided to finally get his college degree. Tonight's homework is for a music elective he's taking. He looks down at his worksheet and shakes his head in frustration. Who's he kidding? He has no idea what the answers are. Ballantine works as an oil rig electrician. He makes good money, far more than Pat, a music teacher. But he's always been jealous of her college degree, which is one of the reasons he decided to go back to school. The truth is, he's in a sour mood because he's due back on Piper Alpha in just a few days. This upcoming shift will run for 3 weeks straight, a dreary prospect. He'll have to put his coursework on hold, but he's taking on the extra work to save up for a trip to France he and Pat are taking next month. As Ballantine listens to an aria, he's irritated to hear Pat humming along. Hey, you don't have to show off just because you know every note. Honestly, You're acting like one of my students. So I'm just some dumb 15-year-old, am I? What is this? Pat suddenly hops off the couch and stomps out. Valentine feels ashamed. Why does he pick fights all the time? He did the same thing in his previous marriage, which ended in complete disaster. He's estranged from his ex-wife and children. He hasn't spoken to his 16-year-old daughter Amanda in years. He rises and snaps off to take Claire. Finally, he can think. But now he has to face what's really bothering him, returning to Piper Alpha. Valentine has been working on oil rigs for a decade, since before his feud went gray. Along the way, he's been fired a half-dozen times for trying to unionize the workers, but he just doesn't see any other way to ensure safe working conditions. He's lucky Piper Alpha hired him. Other rigs have blacklisted him, which is another reason why he's eager to get his degree and find a different job. But he shouldn't take his frustrations out on Pat. He finds her sitting on the bed, wiping away tears. He sits down next to her. Hey. Sorry. You know how emotional I get around bad music. You don't deserve these.
I can't hear anything with this traffic. Lots of vehicles. I actually haven't thought about it. I'll probably use this bike. Because this is the bike I like the most for streaming. Because I have the setup just about right. But I don't know, I might do it on the Omnium. Who knows? Yeah, it's a short one. Yeah, I mean, it's not even 5 o'clock. I don't know. Oh. Wanted me to go. Can't I turn right here? I guess I could. Wanted me to turn right there. I'll turn right here. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah. That's the rainy side of it. Oh no, I need to pump up my rear tire. Ignore my wrong insertion. It's just easier this way because it'll be easier to pull, otherwise my fingers would hit the spokes. Hello, hello, Sarojini. It's got him. Yeah, that's what everyone has to say. What's that saying? You get to break the rules if you know what the rules are, or something. It's not too cold. It's been raining the last couple of days, but it is a bit humid because it's been drizzling. But also when you're on the bicycle and moving, it's not that cold unless you stop. Hey. But it is colder than the last couple of days. Most of the rain is just passing. Hopefully it stays that way. Tiny dog, big bark. but it doesn't play.
He goes to the closet.
This is the Outside Podcast with Patio.
Hey Brandon, what's up?
I'm Shinket, and my Shinket name is Kakinchi. Shinket is a tribe of Southeast Alaska. I guess I'm a professional skier, but I'm super not professional.
What do you mean by that?
I don't throw tricks, but also just like as a person, I would say I'm not a very professional person. But I do get paid to ski, so this is my job. I'm also a scientist. Right now I'm not being paid to be a scientist, so I'm not a professional scientist right now.
I will Venmo you $1. And it'll just say, for science.
That's on pause because I had quit my last job with the intentions of going back to it very quickly after I finished my film. That was 2 years ago, and my film only just finished, so we'll see what comes next.
I am slow.
At a molecular level, I am incapable of moving my body fast. I don't think anyone has ever looked at the 6'5", 250 pounds of my man flesh and thought, wow, I bet he moves like a ballerina. Mostly, I think folks wonder how many pieces of furniture I bump into while I'm trying to leave the house. And when I get outside, especially when I'm lumbering uphill, my trudging movements are even more labored. My chest feels like I've swallowed a campfire, and I sound like an asthmatic elk. And yet, I still somehow move fast enough to miss the little things, even on my favorite, most visited trails. Just the other week, my wife and I took our newborn daughter on her first hike on a trail I've zipped up and down countless times. But we cranked our hiking speed down to move slow as all get out so this baby naps, and it was like I'd never stepped foot on the trail before. The trees looked bigger,
Yeah.
the smells were more fragrant, the lichen on the rocks seemed to glow. It was incredible. And I wondered what my time outside might look like, feel like, if I actually moved with a measured, meaningful pace. Well, that kind of relationship with the outdoors might resemble that of my pal, Ellen Bradley. Ellen is a lot of things. A Tlingit, a pro skier, an avid trail runner, a scientist, the better half of a skiing and activist power couple. Connor Ryan, you know it's true. She is also a partner in several efforts to get more Native people on skis, like the Native Youth Snow Sports Camp she helps run in Juneau, Alaska, near her tribal homeland. In part, that is what her new film, Let My People Go Skiing, is all about. But the film is also an examination of the surprising effects that a go-slow mentality of mountain movement can have on a person's relationship and connection to the outdoors, to the land, especially as a way to heal a long-held sense of displacement. Turns out, moving slowly is the fastest way to get back home. First things first, burnt toast. Ellen, what's your last humbling and or hilarious moment outside?
I feel like I've had a lot, but the last one was we went out to ski, and we were just doing these really quick laps on Berthoud Pass, and it snowed so much, and we went to a zone that we didn't see any tracks in, and it's a very short tour, but like very steep tour, And halfway up the tour, I'm looking down at my bindings, and they are moving.
What do you mean they're moving?
Like, the toe piece is just jiggling back and forth.
Oh, no.
Then we get to the top, and Connor pulls out his little Leatherman and tries to fix them, but we can't figure out even what screw it is to tighten. And I was like, survival skiing, just to be cautious. I don't really want to lose the ski on this and have to go find it. And I get to the bottom, and everyone's like, that was so fun, we want to do another. And I had to go sit in the parking lot where I could see them from the line go ski.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
One of those unfortunate things. Of, like,
Vaseline.
your mishaps happen, but it sucks when your friends are only in town for so long and the snow is perfect. And like, I really wanted to ski with my friends, so I just gotta pull out my little camp chair and just sat next to the car. And luckily, I could see them, so I watched them have fun.
Hey guys, I'm down here. Did you at least have snacks?
I did. I had snacks. I had really good, tasty snacks from Mexico that held me over. It wasn't my most embarrassing. I've definitely had more embarrassing, but it was the most recent.
All right, let's get into it. Tell me what it was like to grow up in Seattle on Puget Sound. How important is the ocean to you?
Now that I'm living in a landlocked state, I really see how your landscape and where you were raised affects and molds you into the person you are. For me, growing up to the ocean, it was this limitation that I think a lot of landlocked people don't have, right? Like, you can't just travel through Washington west forever. You're gonna hit the ocean. And that felt very comforting in a way that I think to others would maybe make you feel a little bit more claustrophobic.
Explain that.
In comparison to people I know who've grown up around here in Colorado, for them, they feel so free in these open spaces that are the plains. That, like, there's this expanse of land that you could travel or chase buffalo or whatever it is forever. I often find that they feel this sense of, like, discomfort and claustrophobia in spaces when they're either in an ocean or a forest or a rainforest specifically. For me, that's where I'm from. That's where I'm comfortable in. And I think it goes beyond just growing up near Puget Sound, near Sailor Sea, but also being genetically a person whose people have lived in a rainforest, surrounded by the ocean, surrounded by mountains. I need that diversity of life around me. That feels really scary when I'm in a place that it's harder to see that diversity. I can remember being at Stephen's house, and it's very much just off of one of the list time that Lucas left with his friends. There's this friendships medal that is like always held a really special place in my heart, and I feel like one of my first ski memories is sitting at the top of this line, which is like one of the more open, kind of bullish lines that you get into by going through the trees and just like sitting at the top of the line and looking around you and being like, this is an amazing and feeling so engulfed in the experience of like, I am a participant in this ecosystem. I don't even know how old I am in this memory that I have, but I just remember sitting there and being like, wow, this is how I engage with the world around me. Skiing has been a part of my life since I was 4. I was really lucky to have parents who themselves got into skiing when they were in their 20s as adults. And when they had my brother and I, they decided that this was a really important thing for them to share with us and to have it be this family activity. So we skied as much as we could growing up. It's kind of just always been a constant in my life as an identity I held as a skier. And I think throughout my life, because of my relationship to skiing has shifted at different points in my life in specific ways I was engaging with skiing.
Well, let's dive into those shifts, because so many things in the outdoor industry, in outdoor media, are about pushing limits, going faster, going farther. But you are this advocate for the total opposite. You are a big proponent of going slowly. Tell me about that approach.
I wasn't always that kind of skier. I'd say there's definitely still times where, like, I'll go ski with rumors at Winter Park and I'm just skiing as fast as I can to ski out, like, see how fast I can get down the run, or like what's my top speed.
Yeah, because that is fun.
Because it's super fun, but I think for me the part of skiing that I enjoy being slow is uphill skiing. The appreciation I've built for the uphill for me actually really started in scientific research and field research and science. Spending a lot of time in an ecosystem and not moving a lot. The more I was able to apply what I knew from like scientific hypotheses or scientific theories into how I'm interacting with the world and how that impacts my science, then I was able to see that more with my skis. Each experience I had in the field has just affirmed this connection that I feel to a place when I get to spend a lot of time with it. I think back to like the summer I studied epiphyte growth in the Hoh Rainforest on the Olympic Peninsula of Washington, and we would spend an entire day in ropes, harnesses, 20 meters up a tree, and just sitting in your harness, maybe sitting on a branch, and looking at different patches of the tree and trying to identify epiphytes, so mosses or the warts or lichens, and feeling the depth of understanding and relationship you're able to build with that individual tree, with each of the different species growing on that tree, and then taking that into my next winter season. It was one of my first like full seasons of getting into the backcountry, and finding that on the days that we were more goal-oriented and just moving as fast as we can, that I never really had the ability to fully appreciate the moment and the ecosystem and the relationship that I was building. Then on the days when we were moving more slowly, maybe going to a zone we had been before, and having less of a goal of like, this is how many laps we're going to do today, or we're trying to get super high into the alpine, or whatever it was, that for me those days felt more personally valuable to this relationship and understanding because I was interacting with through my skis.
Is there a specific skiing memory that you have? Maybe the alarm went off and it was like, dear Ellen, this is Ellen from the summer. I need you to chill out and go slow.
I feel like I've had a lot of those moments. One of the most memorable one was my first time going and skiing on my homelands in Juneau, Alaska, and we were filming, so of course there's this pressure while filming to get as much as we possibly can in a day. Ski as many lines, set up as many shots, and I remember touring up just outside of Eagle Crest, which is the small ski area outside of Juneau. It was finally the day that was on, with so much snow, and yet I found these trees that I could see these different epiphyte species that I had gotten to know so well in the Hoh Rainforest, just barely sticking out up the trunk of the tree around the snow. And I remember stopping and looking at it and feeling like this was the reminder from those relatives to be like, yes, there's the pressure of this moment to get as much as we possibly can filming wise, and for a lack of a better word, like take advantage of this good snow and the light and everything. And there are these relatives reminding me like, you're still on the land, you're still a person, you're a person of this place, and that requires something entirely different of you than maybe what you would feel anywhere else in the world. And I felt like that was a nice reminder to myself in that moment. Whether or not I was able to properly explain that to everyone else I was with is probably an entirely different story. Slow down, chill out, just experience what this is. And that's also not to say that I don't have those days where I really am just like, go, 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 we gotta get other things.
Yeah. It's not like I've made this switch and now I'm perfect all the time.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Are there specific places or specific moments where that act of slowing down resulted in like a big epiphany or a big breakthrough in how you think about the world?
One of the strongest moments was on that same first trip we did when we were filming, and there's this ridge line at the top of Eagle Crest. You can see into Juneau because it's on Douglas Island, which is across the lake in Juneau, surrounded by the ocean. And on the right day, which there aren't a lot of the right days in the rainforest because it's usually pretty cloudy and snowy and rainy, but on the right day you can see down to the ocean below you and across to the next island, which is Kootsnoot-Kwan, which is the island my family is from. And in Kootsnoot-Kwan and in Boone was one of the very few amount of times the United States Navy or any armed forces had found its own, in quotes, its own people. With the bombardment of Angul. It was our first time on the ridgeline in Juneau. We had perfect sunny conditions. The sunset was about to go off and be one of the most beautiful sunsets I've ever seen in my entire life. And of course, because we're filming, the crew's like, we need you to skin faster, we need to get to the top, and you'd be dropping in perfect sunset light. In a lot of ways, the land forced me to slow down in this moment, but I slowed down, and I just lost it. We're just sitting at the top of this line, bawling my eyes out, and had the people in the group being like, you need to just ski, and these are all my very close friends, and I would tell any of this to any of them, and we would laugh about it now. But everyone was like, you just need to ski, the light's perfect, like this is the perfect line, you need to ski this now, and I'm just sitting there at the top of this line, just like an emotional wreck. Yes, other Tlingits had been on this ridge line. Yes, other Tlingits had skied or snowboarded and been in this space. But for me to be there in this moment, for me to be looking across
Abdul,
my family is from,
look at the top left section of your screen.
Douglas Island, and to know everything that this ridge has had to witness throughout history of the dispossession of my people, of these lands, of these places. The land holds that, and I felt like in that moment, because I slowed down, I was able to, for a moment, hold on to that pain. for the land. For me, it was this really beautiful reminder. Yes, when we're in these
I
spaces,
haven't.
like, we can choose to be better humans interacting with the world. We can choose to acknowledge and take accountability for the impacts that we have. But we can also be out there to be a witness to the land as it exists, as we can see it, but also in its own emotional state and what it's experiencing. Being in witness of others and whatever emotional space they're in, and being able to hold on to that.
Nah,
witness
this
of
is-
others is like what it means to be developed.
This is a gal talking about skiing.
Did you feel like you were able to give the land, your relatives, like a bit of relief because you could hold it for a moment before continuing upward or dropping in? Did it feel like too much of a burden and you had to give it back?
My crying and my like going through the own emotional experience for myself of what that felt like, I feel like in a lot of ways like released it. Some of it, I think the land continues to know and holds on to what has happened there. I made this promise to the land. I said, I will see you again. We're going to rewrite the story again. And we're going to tell this future story.
Yeah, the
of, like, Native
stats,
people
all the
and
stats are on the
people
screen.
experiencing things with you. And the things you're experiencing may not always just be this awesome, stoked, best pow day ever feeling. Some of it may be hard, but the promise is that like we will be here and we will experience it with you.
What an exceptionally powerful moment on this ridgeline. My assumption is after you compose yourself and you go to ski, what did skiing feel?
Oh my gosh. I was crazy. I composed when I was told I had
Really?
to drop in.
Are you still like crying
Yes.
and you're like, okay, 3, 2. Really?
Yes, 100%. Still crying, like race to transition, all these things. Like I'm being yelled at. You need to drop now. I'm like crying.
So much, like this is so heavy.
Oh my gosh, it was so bad. I was crying so hard, and it is like genuinely the most beautiful sunset I've ever seen in my entire life. In the film, there's one small segment of that part of me dropping into the sunset, and the funniest thing about it is like we're filming both video and stills at the same time. Yes, the sunset was gorgeous. This small scene we were able to include in the movie is powerful. It's awesome. But me skiing that, I'm like the most chicken wing I've ever been skiing.
Your arms are just full out.
Just like my left elbow is just like up in the air, and I've always been so.
Is that because you're like wiping your like snotty tears like off on your jacket while you're doing it?
I just think I was like so.
Yeah,
in this
it's a bit
emotional
too cloudy.
state that I was like not focused on the fact that I was skiing on camera. I've been so embarrassed about that photo that I like never want to share it with anyone. It's a gorgeous photo scenery-wise, but skiing-wise, I'm like, I hate my form in this. And I think we even cut the scene in the film before you can see my elbow really get all the way up there.
So would you say then the perspective shift is still kind of finding its way into these non-snow activities?
When it comes to trail running, yes, I am a trail runner, which means I walk like 90% of the time.
Yeah,
Especially living.
Or power hike.
Yeah, a big power hiker, especially living at altitude in Colorado when I grew up near sea level my whole life. Like my genetics are not meant to be at this altitude. When it comes to trail running, I am in a place where I'm really trying to figure out how to be more present in that space. There's something that feels really different to me when it comes to
More rain over there. Oh no.
And trail running by yourself. I do not feel
My yesterday
as
is your
present
today.
on trail running as I do when I'm at skiing. It is something that I see a lot of value in, and I do really enjoy being on these trails in the summer. I haven't been able to find myself feeling as connected and in space while I'm trail running.
But what about when you go out there with, like, say, a group? Do you feel like you have such a pull towards this go slow perspective that you voice it now?
I think it depends on the group and it depends on the day. Because I definitely find myself in particular groups where I'm like, all right, we're just going as fast as we can today, and this is the plan. So I think it shifts. And I've been trying to be better about seeing the value in having different intentions for days and everything. And also being okay with like the groups you find yourself in can fulfill different purposes. Some groups I go out with, I really am like, this is about socializing, we're talking on the uphill, and other groups or other times when we're filming, it's just like, we're just gonna all try to keep up with one another.
They do all kinds of stuff.
It's unfair when you're 6'5".
But this is kind of the...
And also you're in a bird talking. It's just super human.
Yeah, well, here's the I can't see stuff.
This
What
is kind of the
Connor
countryside
is
in
made
a
out
way.
of, like, bird bones and like sinewy muscle, and I
smell.
am made out of sausage gravy and donuts.
So the houses are relatively big.
We're all different people with different strengths.
Thank you. That felt like a very nice attaboy for me, Ellen. I appreciate you.
No, I feel that way too, because there's no amount of training I could ever do to actually like keep up with Connor at the pace he wants to go at for any of these uphill sports.
You should start putting rocks in his backpack.
I know something. The only thing about doing something like that to him will only make him stronger.
I know. Of the many things that you love about skiing, tree skiing is your favorite. And I love the way that you describe it. You describe it as dancing through the trees and feeling extra connected to everything around you and within you. Why? And what are you picking up on in those moments?
Growing up in the Seattle area and
This is a rich neighborhood.
Southeast Alaska and the rainforest, like trees are just my thing.
Oxar jokes around
Trees, like I'm just a meat.
saying that I mostly go into rich neighborhoods most of the time. What can I say? It just happens that way. I'm surrounded by them. Yeah, unfortunately I'm not in one of them. Midlaren. I mean, it's inherently a rich country by global standards. Yeah, the trading did help with all of it. But yeah, I don't know what people, I mean, I would assume it's the same in any country really. But obviously it's not like everyone. Hey, all the veggies. Thanks for the follow, veggies. Hey. Yeah, we're just cruising today. No muddy adventures. Just spinning the legs. I'm out in the Netherlands. You can look at it in the top left section of the screen here. I'm gonna be famous soon. I don't really care about achieving that. Yeah, I'm currently struggling with the prices, with the whole setup. We'll see how it goes. The Netherlands in a couple of years. A lot of riding out there when we move there for a year or two. That's sweet. As long as I lost my train of thought. Yeah, as long as I break even, I think that's the goal, really. That would be a milestone. Do you happen to know which part of the country veggies? What do I pay for extra? All the data, monthly data subscriptions and stuff. What do you mean by initial purchase? It's not a one-time purchase, it's a reoccurring cost. Rotterdam. Sweet. But it's what it is. That comes with the territory of wanting to stream. So yeah, it's all the data stuff. I've got a couple of providers. And then I'm not hosting my own OBS, so I'm paying for the remote OBS and a couple of other things there. So yeah. Why more than one provider? If you're static, then it's probably fine. But if you're moving, because I'm mostly streaming while I'm on the bike, I don't know, maybe I can get rid of another one, like one of the couple of providers, but because yeah, what happens is all of these, the combined data is used in the setup. So all of the data pipelines, if you will, are bonded together to aid in streaming. So it helps to have different providers because you're hitting different towers. So I haven't tried with just one provider though, so I don't know, maybe I can get away with it, but I doubt it. It's yeah, the discrepancy lies in the amount of reach versus the monetary funds I'm putting into it. So I don't know. I might end it at some point. You just tried Starlink. It's okay, but I used like 5 gigabytes in 2 hours. Finally is setting on Moblin. Yeah, I've not tried Starlink. So I mean, yeah, even Starlink, it's like whatever it is, there's an initial investment. But also, if it's like within the city premises in a dense country, I don't really think Starlink is going to help me much. If I'm going out to remote areas with open skies, then that will be like a good option. How do I have the setup with the stats? It's called real-time IRL. You can add overlays using that onto your stream, and you have like a corresponding app on your phone that you can run. Come on, dude. And it just takes the measurements off of your phone. But you don't even need all that. You can just do everything in Moblin. I just have my old setup here. That's one option. If you don't want to do that other thing, just get the Moblin iOS app and start exploring. You have overlays there, and everything is taken from the iPhone's accelerometer and associated stuff. You can also pair a heart rate monitor or a watch or whatever, and do that. Moblin, Moblin. My remote OBS, I'm using IRL Toolkit. I used to run it on my local machine before and use Billabong Cloud for the relay, and then port forward from my local machine. But that was just so frustrating because it would like not work in between the stream. What does IRL Toolkit do? Well, it'll host the different facilities there, but it's a remote OBS thing with bonding of the data streams available, and you can connect that to your Moblin app, and you can send the ingest from the Moblin app to the remote OBS. And IRL Toolkit would basically just give you like a OBS dashboard on your phone. Yeah, I mean, you can just do all of this on your own as well. My chest camera setup, I'm running like a hydration pack. Hey, steroid, yeah, steroid. gave these right back. If you really want all the details, Terry B runs a similar setup. He made a video. You can check it out on YouTube. I don't know if he talked about all the technical details, but he runs a similar setup with more niceties, with multiple ingests and stuff, because he has the reach. Or Peloton. Peloton is probably also running a similar setup. Forest, this is real time. There's no riding back. The best available option is for you to scrub through the YouTube video. Greetings from Russia. Let's go, Steroid. If I had to go the other way, why did it ask me to take this road? Through the trees we go, chat. So many Teslas today. hardly understand English. It's all good. A lot of pictures of natural life. Yeah, we are amongst the buildings. No wildlife here. Why is this closed, chat? What is this? They're boarding up the trees. What for? It's only one Tesla driving in circles. Yeah. Oh shit. What kind of equipment for the stream? Yeah, I'll show it if I stop somewhere around here. But actually, I can even just show it now, I guess. That's the setup. Got a hydration pack with a chest strap. That's where I mount the camera. And I've got my data in the bag. That's pretty much it. Hopefully I don't drop it. You can also maybe show that. So that's where we're going. That's the bike. That's me. That's someone riding their bike. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a no-brainer. I've been doing that for years, but IRL is... I'm not a huge fan of just sitting and talking and not doing anything. So... Curious about my inside. That just sounds weird, Forrest. What do you mean? Hey, look at this tree, chat.
Het ziet er niet echt goed uit. Maar dat andere was een wandelpad hoor.
It's spring. Yeah, Japan is everywhere. Offcut. Right.
Ja, nog even hoor. Soms doet hij een beetje gek.
You guys want to go to the highest point here? Mount Fuji. Oh no. Future Highland Hill. I'll just chuck it in there instead. I've got too much rain shit that I packed for just in case, because you never know. all the veggies. Where are you currently based? Are you in the US? Future Island Hill. Yeah. Let's maybe go here and see what's there. Sounds like a good plan. Okay. I think it just goes to a house actually. So, I guess we'll just go this way. Yeah, that just goes to someone's house. And my brakes, per usual, are screeching. Does that go to someone's house or no? It doesn't. Is there a pot? You're awake now. Yeah. Kind of jealous of my outfit. We only do business on the stream. Only business. We mean business. Yeah, I'm gonna change the brakes. I keep saying that, but I don't do it. Probably go to the bike shop and see if they have any good used stuff. And hope for the best. Yeah. I've done this and that and try to fix it. Nothing. It keeps coming back. So also it would be nice to run a new set of brakes. Been running them for almost 3 years now. Can save lives. Unlock the potential of your equipment. Yeah, 100%. No denying that. Struben ATB route. Huh. I think I've been here before, can't recall. Okay, this road is the time to play our podcast. Has it automatically turned off again? Come on now. No. Which season was I playing? 51. No. Season 50? Oh, I already listened to that.
Wondery Plus subscribers can listen to Against the Odds early and ad-free right now. Join Wondery Plus in the Wondery app or on Apple Podcasts.
This episode was originally aired in 2023. A note to listeners, this episode contains adult language and content. Please be advised.
Hey, Thomas, fixing your e-bike this week, gonna go blasting it as usual. Hell yeah.
From Wondery, I'm Cassie DePepper, and this is Against the Odds. Today, we bring you the story of London-based writer Claire Nelson. In May of 2018, Claire was hiking alone in Southern California's Joshua Tree National Park. With its spiky namesake yucca trees and endless horizon, the park was a refuge for Claire from from city life and the pressures of work. But on a 7-mile hike, she slipped while scrambling across a boulder and dropped.
Crash your bike, broken, getting a whole new bike, hydraulic brake set. Ah, yeah, you're just talking about that. I need to get a new brake set as well.
My body made as it hit the ground. A sharp crack.
But
Cut through the thump of my
this is
leg
most likely going to be a
floor.
mechanical one.
Then the white heat of pain that stabbed through my body, escaping through my mouth in an almighty howl. I tried to scramble to my feet, the instinctive reaction to falling, but I couldn't get up. Everything below the arms remained a dead weight. Get up. I heaved my head and shoulders forward, trying to prise myself off the ground, but each time I crumpled, again and again and again. Something in my body was disconnected. Urgent messages were being fired from the brain, but they weren't getting through. Only pain. Unbearable, indescribable pain. A scorching flame gun that set me alight with each attempt to move. I lay there, flat on my back, my breathing fast and my heart pounding. I craned my neck to get a look at my legs. I couldn't lift them either, or bend my knees. Oh God, please no. My feet were also immovable, weighted to the desert floor, but I found with intense concentration I could lean them slightly from side to side. I gently wiggled my toes inside my boots. Okay, I wasn't paralyzed, that was something. I felt a strange flicker of hope through the pain and panic, the sense of, I'm gonna be alright. But my pelvis was broken, that much was clear. Shattered was actually the word that kept coming to mind. The fall was just the beginning of Claire's odyssey. While friends and family pieced together clues that she was missing, Claire spent the next several days exposed to the park's punishing desert environment in a fight for her life. On this special episode of Against the Odds, Claire Nelson is here to tell us her story. This is Stranded in Joshua Tree.
When a young woman named Desiree vanishes without a trace, the trail leads to Kat Torres, a charismatic influencer with millions of followers. But behind the glamorous post,
Don Diablo, just 12 years old. Sounds hot. I'll check it out because mostly try to avoid playing music because it'll get copyrighted on YouTube. So check that out, chat.
And I hit rock bottom, and I had this moment where I pretty much just collapsed at work and broke down in tears. I thought, something's got to give, something's got to change. And in true fashion for me, the only way I know how to change something is to just change everything at once and throw myself into a completely different environment. So I thought, moving to Canada, that's how I'm going to get through this. Because in my mind, Canada was everything that London was not, and it had all of the big nature, the wilderness that's, so removed from civilization, and I wanted to figure out a new way to live. It was about spending time alone, working freelance,
see some horses, chat.
Not pressure on myself about anything really, except to just go out and be with myself and be with nature and explore new places and start afresh in a way. So Claire packed up and moved to Canada. She decided to work her way across the continent, thinking she might eventually settle in Vancouver. She was hiking in Quebec when she got a call from some friends who used to live in London.
They were now living in Joshua Tree, and they said, listen, we hear you're in Canada, traveling around. We're going away, and we need someone to come down to house sit for us and look after our cats while we go away to the wedding. And do you want to come down there? And so I thought, great, I love Joshua Tree. I can't think of anything better. I can't think of anything I'd rather do.
Her friends were traveling for 3 weeks. Claire planned to spend almost every day tackling at least one small hike.
So I just wrote down all the trails I wanted to do on a piece of paper with a pen and laid it all out, like what trails I wanted to do on which day. For anyone who hasn't been to Joshua Tree, it's an incredible landscape. You've got desert for miles. It's the Mojave Desert, the high desert, so you have these famous iconic Joshua trees, which are actually giant succulents. They just look like something that's like a child's drawing, and you've got massive stacks of boulders. You've got this vast landscape that just goes for miles and then kind of disappears into these layers of mountains, and you get the most amazing pink skies out there. You can smell the sage and the creosote and the juniper bush, and it's such a beautiful place. And I just loved it out there because I love a desert. I love the feeling of being really, really tiny and insignificant, and just when I'm in nature, I think that's when I feel most connected to it, is when I feel the gravity of it and the size of it. And I find it really comforting in a way that I can't quite explain. And you really feel that out in Joshua Tree. Also, there's a harshness to it, as there is, I think, in any great natural wilderness. And I'm very aware of the fact that it can kill you. Growing up in New Zealand, you are aware of that all the time, that it's the land that can get you.
Claire says she knew the dangers of hiking in Joshua Tree, which lies on the border of Southern California's Mojave and Sonoran deserts.
Namely, it's the heat and being prepared for the heat. I was very aware of the fact that it was rattlesnake season when I was there, and also getting lost. And my friends had said to me, like, it is easy to get lost out here. These are the things that I was really aware of. But it's something I think anyone who hikes sort of knows in the back of their mind. And when you know these things, you kind of think, well, it won't happen to me. You put it in the back of your mind, and you don't think you have to worry about it.
Claire arrived in Joshua Tree in May of 2018 and immediately began exploring and taking short hikes.
Those first few days hiking felt really good. I felt like I'm supposed to be here. And I'm in my comfort zone. I almost exclusively hike alone. That's where I felt happy and at peace. And every time I'm on a new trail, I just thought, gosh, I'm so happy to be here right now. I felt completely confident because I was doing something I'd done so many times before. There's nothing in my mind that made me think I needed to be particularly worried.
On the morning of May 22nd, Claire planned to take on the longest hike she'd done so far on the trip, the Lost Palms Oasis Trail, at the southern end of the national park. She figured the 7-mile out and back trek would take her about 4 hours.
So I left the house around 7:30 and came to the ranger station at the Cottonwood Visitor Center. I couldn't quite find the trailhead, so I thought I will just pull up here. I want to speak to the ranger anyway and just check everything's fine with the trail. They said the heat is the biggest risk at the moment. Make sure you have enough water. They said there might be a little bit of scrambling at one point in the trail, and we kind of joked about, it's always when you're tired, then you have to suddenly do some scrambling. So I had that in my mind as well. At some point I could do a bit of rock climbing, so to speak. And then that was it. And then I set off and parked at the trailhead and grabbed my day pack and started walking. The Lost Palms Oasis Trail takes you deep into this valley where you'll come across, it's quite amazing, this cluster of California palm trees. So you're following this trail up and over and around these different rock formations. And eventually you come to a high point where you can look down into the valley and see these little palm trees in the distance, and then you sort of have to make your way down to them from there. I was wearing just shorts and a vest top and a bandana and a hat and my boots. In my day pack I had put in another t-shirt, some sunscreen. I had my lunch, which was just an avocado bagel I'd slapped together, and a Cliff Bar and a boiled egg. I had 5 litres of water with me, and at the last minute I decided I would leave one in the car for when I got back. So I went into the park with 4 litres, which I still thought would be plenty for a 4-hour hike.
The National Park Service recommends that on hot days, hikers should carry 2 gallons or 8 liters of water per person for a full day in the park. So Claire's decision to pack 4 liters for a 4-hour hike was right on target.
I also had a rudimentary first aid kit. I had my digital camera that I'd charged up the night before, and it was a last minute decision, but I took my friend's wooden hiking stick with me.
Pretty bumpy.
I was almost about to pull away from the house, and I thought, I'll go back and get it. I had this weird feeling, and went and grabbed it from inside the house. I didn't tell anybody where I was going. It's not something I did as a habit. I know you're supposed to do that, but I think I just got so used to doing this, and that habit sort of fell away. And I think there's probably an unconscious thought process going on of, this is a national park, these are marked established trails that anyone can drive into the park and do. So I'm not thinking this is dangerous territory. And hearing that there was some scrambling didn't faze me whatsoever. I just thought, oh, that's good to know, and felt kind of good about myself that doesn't faze me. Like, great, I've got it, I can do this, and I'm really excited.
Claire says the hike started without a hitch.
That first mile on the trail, I was elated. I remember feeling so happy. Just having these moments of absolute gratitude that I'm here. I'm not back in my office in London in the middle of Soho with all of the traffic and the smoke and the pressures and all that noise. It was just, none of it was there, and I thought, this is exactly where I want to be. I felt really, really good. I had walked the first couple of miles and was going up and down and climbing through these big, massive piles of boulders, and eventually the trail just finished in front of a pile of boulders, and I thought, well, this must be where I need to do some scrambling, and went straight up. It was absolutely fine. I remember being aware of putting my hands into crevices in the rocks and thinking, snakes, and that being the only thing that was sending any danger alarm bells going off. And when I got to the top of this pile of rocks, I sat down and I looked out at the view, and I was overlooking this massive valley that just seemed to keep going and going. Again, just having these moments of feeling really peaceful. I knew I had to get down from the boulder stack, and I was trying to...
Yeah, we're in a flatland area. Most days, though, the wind kind of makes up for the lack of elevation in a way. But yeah, it's flatland, but that also means that you're never really coasting. You're always spinning your legs. Yeah, I think if I were to do any riding in Colorado in the current physical state, I would start panting right at the start. It's your windy season here. Yeah, here the whole year is a windy season. Like, after a windy ride, even if it's a relatively short one, I feel it in my legs. Yeah, once you come to flatlands from elevation, it's like, it feels super easy. Because you even notice that on, say, I don't know, for example, a treadmill. So you're walking on like 20% grade, and then you drop it down after a while. You're like, I'm cruising. Yeah, well, I kind of stand by my statement that I've never experienced tailwind in this country. Yeah, it's always a headwind here, or crosswinds once in a while. Humid? Not really. Sometimes in the summer, but otherwise it's always moist. I would say moist is a better word, not humid. It's like England, or I mean Scotland is a bit different because they have the similar weather, but they've got hills, so they've got both. They've got both of them. Yeah, winters are kind of like, it never really gets super cold like it does in the US, for instance, but it's also raining at the same time, so it's just a nightmare to deal with the cold rain. Yeah, the whole PNW area, it's kind of the same story. May the summer's amazing. Yeah. I'm always a bit envious of San Diego, and they're like, or even Santa Barbara. You got a bunch of nice trails, and the weather is pretty chill. This is tractor land. It's all just farmland over here because it's an agricultural country. You miss it a ton. Bikes up and down the coast all year long. Yeah. I spent a couple of years in California, both in the south and the north. Sure miss the weather. And then I spent a summer in Oceanside. That was something else. I was, long story short, I was living with surfer bros, living alongside. Yeah. They would skate to the beach, surf all day, skate back, crush a bunch of beers, and then talk about girls. And some of the girls would come over, and then they would ask me about these guys. I'm like, get the hell out of here. I don't know. Oceanside, Carlsbad, Encinitas. Oh yeah. What I miss the most are tacos and burritos. Yeah, I think that's what I miss the most. Yeah, I knew a bunch of people from that area. You had lots of people like from other countries like Austria and Germany as well, who were surfer bros who could afford to come in and spend the whole summer surfing, chilling out, whatever else people do. Colorado. Yeah, I was supposed to go there at some point, but never made it. So it's all my Colorado nature knowledge is all from ultra marathon running scene. Durango, Leadville, yada yada. Yeah, Mexican food, good stuff. Leadville, yeah. All the long distance athletes, mountain athletes, I suppose that's the word now. Insane trails, but yeah. Nah, I can imagine. Like, even compared to a couple of mellow trails here, even if I compare something in like North Carolina, out in Raleigh or whatever, yeah, it doesn't compare. I mean, the diversity and the ruggedness of the US is something else. I'm struggling on the mellow trails itself. So, it's not gonna be a chill ride, it's gonna be a XYZ puckering ride. But I do like to ride natural trails. I think it's more fun to figure out how to navigate, and I don't mind getting off the bike and walking sections if needed. And it's actually fun. It feels like you're actually navigating through your space. The drop hit the lens. Haha. That's why you love your gravel. Hike a little, explore. But yeah, for sure. Yeah, this Kona Rev, the one I'm on right now, is probably the most ridden bike. I don't really have a road bike per se. This is my road bike, I guess. I mean, I call every bike a road bike, so there's that. But I suppose my road bike is my cruising bike. Mountain bike and a gravel, definitely ride my gravel bike the most. The cheapest of the three. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually hesitant to get expensive stuff because I find it extremely hard to justify my skill set match with the bike capability. Yeah. I will most likely ride the same no matter which bike I'm on. Except for maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll be a bit faster if I had like a different set of wheels. But apart from that, I don't think it's gonna make that much of a difference for me. Yeah, perks of working for special something. Speaking of specialized, I have a specialized hard rock frame, which is a step through that I'm slowly building out. Stuff like cost makes you enjoy a lot more. Yeah, I can imagine. The sheep are just laying down, per usual. Oh yeah, the whole 26-inch lifestyle group is out there with disc tabs and whatnot. Tabs for them discs. There's one guy who is local who does that as well. He's been welding for some local bike shops. Any progress? Well, I put the basic parts together. I got the headset on. I got the bottom bracket on. I got the cranks on. Yeah, I mean it's at a point where it looks like a bike, but I paused it for now. I just had to take care of some other admin business on other fronts of life, which need to be taken care of first before I do anything else. So it's drizzling. Yeah, I think one of the issues I had, I'm not sure if I didn't hit the crown race hard enough, or I think the crown is like an old JIS standard and my headset is like a ISO standard. It's just that the crown race is a different size. So I started filing the fork where the crown race would actually sit. And I was like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just get a crown race that would gel well with a headset or whatever. Or I don't know. Also, it was like late evening, so I wasn't maybe hitting it hard enough. Who knows? So I went to the bike shop to see if I could get a different crown race. And the guy was like, you know what, I'm just gonna hit it and see. And then he just he banged it probably 10 times as hard as I did. So it's just sitting there now. Because I don't know, I mean, based on all my internet watching a while ago, you didn't necessarily have to hit the crown race so hard. I am pretty convinced that it's the old JIS standard, which I think the crown race is like 27.2 or whatever millimeter versus, or 27, I can't remember the numbers, but as opposed to, anyway, the filing, I think the filing did help a bit, but I didn't file it evenly as expected. Yeah, I think so, but whatever, it's like it's on there now. It's fine. Then I went to use the force. Yeah. I actually went there to get a chain ring. To figure out if they had any used stuff before I replace it with something I actually want to run for a mock-up. And I took the fork along. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's like one of those things, you know, people get all worked up when you set both the, you know, the lower and the upper headset cap at once. They're like, oh no, oh wow, oh no, you're just gonna whatever. It's like, dude, chill out. But I have like a weird issue with the bottom bracket and the crankset. The left crank arm is not sitting all the way it should sit. I don't know, maybe I'll just redo the whole process. It's just weird. It's not going all the way through for whatever reason. I've cleaned it a couple of times, but it's still doing the same thing. And then I was like, oh no, I'm just like frustrated at that point. But it's like nothing ever works the first time. So I just stopped at that point. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the bottom bracket axle end, wherein you know that that's the point until which the crank arm is supposed to go in. The left crank arm is only going 3/4 of the way. Just so weird. I don't know. I'll just remove everything and redo the whole process and check. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, it's odd. I don't know what's going on. The right one sits just fine. It's only the left one. And I gave it a couple of whacks with the mallet. My inclination most of the times is to hit it hard and brute force it, but I've been trying to get away from it. So I was like, all right, I'm going to stop now. Ah, okay, this is where the trail goes. Yeah. I mean, my initial thought was to run it as a 1x10. That's what I have with me. But I was having second thoughts of running it as a drop bar single speed. I always convert them into single speeds. I was like, oh, maybe I should do something different. But now I'm like just tempted to convert it into a single speed drop bar, step through cruise thingy for a change. I don't know, maybe I'll do that. Then I can, I'll have to transfer the parts, probably. Yeah, it works out pretty fine for these kind of gravel roads and flat roads here in the Netherlands. It's fine. I mean, my single speed ratio is pretty spinny as well. On the other bike, I run a 44/18 for a 26-inch wheel, which many people find super spinny, but I am not fast enough to have an issue with that, really. Yeah, it's pretty, but then the thing is, it doesn't feel too spinny for just like cruising around there. It just feels like you're actually cruising. So, yeah. All right. gear, it don't matter. I'm always going to be riding the same. That's true. I ride the same speed on my Brompton as well, which is a higher gear ratio. Yeah, I think for my body nothing matters. My body's always in auto mode, the default. It just, I've got only one speed. Yeah, hair. Did you see that, chat? Moblin, OBS, Twitch. Yeah, the OBS is the remote OBS, but yes. So it goes from Moblin to OBS to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick at the same time. More rain, yeah, I feel it. It's been drizzling all along. I want to check out the sand. Check it out, chat. Check out the sand. Sand and sand. All right, have a good one, wedgies. Later. So we're already hiding those eggs for the yeah. Yeah, you can stream directly from Moblin as well, without anything else. Yeah, see you later. That's probably what I might downgrade to at some point. I'll get the Bellabox Cloud Relay for the bonding, and then stream directly from Moblin. Yeah, just a bunch of gravel paths out here in the naturey area. Now they're not waterproof, they're weatherproof. Although I didn't close them all the way. I mean, for the light drizzle like now, it's fine. But if it's pouring down, yeah, then they don't work. The way you would want them to. They're IPv3. Good thing I got my glasses, otherwise I would have been squinting. There's a hole at the bottom of the pouch. These are waxed cotton, so they would kind of shed some water, right? But yeah, if the water gets in, there's a drain hole at the bottom. Yeah, I see another guy riding. I see a couple of them now. Starting to get a bit chilly. He is hauling. You can hear all the power permeate through the wheels to the tires onto the road and then into my eardrums. Zoom in. Jagerstraat. Hey, that's something. Check it out, chat. See that, chat? See that? That's a tiny little monkey sheep. That's fun. A monkey sheep is what I see, chat. Yeah. Better than a random troll doll, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't generally come to this part of the town all that much. But it's always kind of nice when you're here. Hi. Hi. If I remember properly, this is just a straight road. And you know what that means? That means we play Lost in Joshua Tree. This has obviously turned off itself again. Maybe not actually, this time around. Let's see.
To figure out the best way to get down the other side, because directly down I knew it was way too high.
Listen to it, then you know.
Off to my right, I could see it was a much easier climbing down point. And so to get to the right side of this boulder stack, I just had to cross this massive rock. It was very smooth, but there were some little crevices and cracks in the face of it. What my plan was to reach down with my right leg, get a foothold in there, and then swing my left leg across, and then I'd be fine. And I'm putting my boot heel into a little foothold in the rock, and I'm pressing my weight into it, and it's holding. And I give it a little bit more weight and it's holding. And I'm like, cool. Just as I go to swing my leg across, that foot slips. And I'm immediately sliding. Everything goes in slow motion. I had never experienced that before. You know, you hear people say that things go in slow motion, and it's one of those sort of cliches that you kind of think that isn't actually how it feels, but it's exactly
Let's
how it feels.
go!
The pain is suddenly very different. And all I know at that point is that I'm going to fall, that it's going to hurt, and I can't do anything about it. You know, as much as I'm trying to grab at the rock and everything around it, there's nothing to grab onto. So my brain just warns me, like, you know, get ready because you're about to get hurt. And then I land about 25 feet down. The moment I hit the ground, I heard something break. The sound came first, then the pain.
Oh,
and,
shit.
You know, the first thing you do when you fall down is you try and get up. And then I realized I can't get up. I can't get my body to move the way that it usually does. Everything below my hips was just immovable. It was so clear to me from that moment that I had broken my pelvis, that it was in pieces. And so I'm stuck there in this position, flat on my back. I know I can move my toes, I know I'm not paralyzed, but I can't actually move my legs at all. I'm trying to find my phone so that I can call 911 for some sort of medical help. But even as I grab my phone, I'm thinking, I know there's no phone signal here. But I'm trying it anyway. Because I still think that even when there's no phone signal, you're sort of thinking, yeah, but if it's life or death, I'm sure there'll be a way that this phone will save me. And I'm calling, and it's just no signal. That was the first moment of, okay, this is really, really serious. And all the other factors started to just sort of land on me like a dead weight, like the fact that I hadn't told anybody where I was going, the fact that I was out in this place on my own with no one expecting me back.
Claire's phone didn't have any signal, but she had downloaded a Google map of the region to her phone. This meant she could see her location, even when she didn't have service. To her shock, Claire discovered she wasn't on the Lost Palms Oasis Trail anymore.
And that was when I realized I had gone about a mile off the trail.
You need the opposite.
Once I realized that, I thought, well, that's
car.
it. I'm dead. I've just put myself in a position where I'm going to die out here. Still surprising how quickly I came to that, but those are the facts, and they were very, very glaring.
We'll hear more from our guest, Claire Nelson, after a break.
Break time.
What if your mind could trick your body into feeling sick? Or even worse? In Hysterical, I investigate the bizarre medical mystery that unfolds in a high school in upstate New York. It starts with one girl developing strange, violent symptoms, and then another, and then another. Rumors begin to swirl. Is it something in the water, inside the school, or is it all in their heads? Hysterical is my search for answers, and along the way, I uncover surprising connections to unexplained incidents around the world. Events that challenge everything we think we know about our bodies and our minds. Named Podcast of the Year at the Emmys, Hysterical is a mind-bending, unforgettable ride. Binge all episodes right now, exclusively and ad-free on Wondery Plus. Start your free trial of Wondery Plus in the Wondery app or on Apple Podcasts.
Everyone has that friend who seems kind of perfect. For Patty, that friend was Desiree. Until one day,
I texted her and she was not getting the text. So I went to Instagram and she has no Instagram anymore. And Facebook, no Facebook anymore.
Desiree was gone. And there was one person who knew the answer.
I am a spiritual person, a magical person, a witch.
A gorgeous Brazilian influencer called Kat Torres, but who was hiding a secret. From Wondery, based on my smash hit podcast from Brazil, comes a new series, Don't Cross Cat, about a search that led me to a mystery in a Texas suburb.
I'm calling to check on the two missing Brazilian girls.
Maybe get some undercover crew there.
The family are freaking out. They are lost.
I'm Chico Felitti. You can listen to Don't Cross Cat on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Claire Nelson Jocelyn was hiking in Joshua Tree National Park when she fell from a boulder, shattering her pelvis. The injury made walking or even crawling impossible. To make matters worse, she was a mile off the trail with no cell reception.
At first I was so mad at myself, and I kind of panicked for a moment, and I had my phone in my hand, so I recorded a video just to let people know what happens if they find me. I might die here. I'm really scared that that's the case, and I don't know. Yeah, I can't get a signal out here. I call for help, and no one's out here. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done. Can't move.
That sound from one of several video messages Claire recorded with her phone and digital camera while lying out in the desert.
And as I put my phone away, I thought, no, I have to put this thought away as well.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I can't focus on that right now. I have to try and keep my head in a good place. And then sort of switched into what I can only describe as survival mode. It felt like my brain went into a backup mode and was starting to like scan through all of my memories for any kind of piece of information that I'd picked up over the many years of my life that might be useful in this situation. And then my mood shifted from being angry at myself to angry at the situation and being like, no, I'm going to get out of here. No, this is ridiculous. I refuse to die here. Let's see how we can get out of the situation.
Claire knew if she was going to survive, she'd have to figure out a way to deal with the heat. By 11 a.m., temperatures were already approaching 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
The heat was the overpowering problem for me at that moment. Like, it was hot. I'm lying very exposed directly underneath the sun. So the first thing I did was figure out a way to protect myself. I did a quick inventory of what I had in my bag, and I had a map of the park, so I thought I can use that to cover myself up. I have this spare t-shirt, I can use that. I have my bandana, I can use that. And I actually had 2 bottles of 50 SPF sunscreen, and because I had shorts on, I thought I'll use my hiking stick to apply the sunscreen to my legs. And it's the thicker kind, thankfully, rather than like the runny or liquid kind, because this way it would stick really well to the ball at the top of this hiking stick. And then I would just, lying on my back, use it to sort of smear it up and down all over my legs. And then I would try and spread out those maps.
Running lady attacked or bitten by a wolf at the Velua? Bloody hell. All of my wolf nightmares are coming true. Oh no. That's scary, considering you don't imagine that would happen here. Was she alone? Do you know the details and stuff? See, this is the reason I was like, I need to figure out what I need to do if the wolf attacks me. Crazy stuff.
On top of my legs, which is kind of tricky to do when you're just lying on your back. And then the map blew away, and then I realized I had another map in my bag, thankfully. So, you know, I thought this time I need to make sure I don't let it blow away. And then using the stick again, I had put my hat on top of it and held it up between the sun and my face so I wasn't squinting into the sun. So really that became my main project at that moment, was like, right, keep myself from burning and keep myself from suffering too much from the heat. And it was good to have a task to do to keep my mind busy as well. I think that was really important.
Oh wow.
As the day wore on,
That's scary.
Claire cried out periodically for help, but so far, no one had answered her calls.
Scary stuff.
The only idea I had in my head about getting out of there was that somebody was going to come along by the end of that day. Even though I wasn't on the trail, I held on to that as being my only option. And then once the hours went by and the sky started to change and it got a little bit darker, the gravity of the situation really started to sink in, because I thought it's one thing to be injured on a trail out in the daylight, but to be out there at night, it was like, oh, this is serious now. And I'm going to spend the night completely vulnerable to everything in the desert on my own. And I was absolutely terrified. The sun finally moving off me was a massive relief, but it became cold so quickly that now I knew I was having to deal with a new discomfort altogether.
Deserts are places of extremes, brutally hot during the day and frigid at night. Claire was wearing just shorts and a t-shirt.
In order to keep myself warm, I had to cover up as much skin as possible. So I had the spare t-shirt in my bag, which I put on, and then tucked one arm inside the t-shirt, and then the other arm I put inside my rucksack. And my legs, I had spread my bandana over them and the map over them, and then laying the stick on top. But it was freezing cold, and my teeth were chattering, and it was really hard to sleep. But then a lot of that was also just the pure terror of the situation. I don't think I've ever felt as vulnerable as I did lying on the desert floor, unable to move in the dark. I was so convinced that something was going to come out and get me. As much as coyotes are never threatening to me during the day, suddenly it's a different story at night. And it being rattlesnake season was top of my mind. And I became convinced that there were snakes everywhere and that they were coming out of the many, many crevices in the rocks around me. And I'm lying there and I'm freezing, and my body is just like completely rigid with the cold and the fear. And at the corner of my eye, I think I see a snake moving out from under one of the rocks. Yeah, and I'm thinking, well, snakes don't come out at night, but I'm also sort of, logic just goes out the window when you're that afraid. After a while, I thought the snake's moving, but it's not getting any closer.
Make yourself big and a lot of noise, yeah.
And then there is no snake there, there's nothing there. Then I see another snake coming out from under the rock. And I do the same thing, and none of these snakes were there. But I was seeing them so clearly, and it's incredible what fear can do to your mind. And I didn't sleep very well at all that night. I don't think I slept very much at all. I must have fallen asleep at one point, because I remember waking up, and I remember that thing when you wake up in the morning and it takes you a second to realize where you are, and just being like, oh my God, it actually happened, that was real. And at the same time being like, well, thank God that's over, because now someone's going to come by today, and then this is just going to be a crazy story. So in that respect, the second morning I was feeling pretty optimistic, because now I have a whole day ahead of me. At night time, there's no chance, no one's coming by, but the daylight means that there will be people in the park. So with that was renewed hope, and I knew that as long as I had some form of hope, something that I could hold on to, it would keep my head in a good space, and it would just keep me going and sustain me in that way. And I was also so cold that I was actually looking forward to the sun coming back over me, until it actually came back over me, and then I was dreading it again. Even though I was feeling optimistic, my body was in so much pain. I was in so much discomfort, because it's a combination of having this broken pelvis, and any kind of slight movement is just absolute agony. And of course there's this discomfort of growing dehydration.
Tacking is not something most wolves will do anyway.
Water, plenty for a 4-hour day hike. But she'd now been in the park,
except for the one wolf that makes it to the news,
24 hours and was almost out.
Dehydration is one of the worst things I've experienced. You know, when you think when you're really, really thirsty, like that's not even scratching the surface. My internal organs are thirsty. You know, my eyeballs are thirsty. The inside of my mouth is thirsty. And at this point, I'm really
eyeballs
down
are
to the
thirsty.
water, so I'm taking these tiny,
bloody hell,
irregular sips. And my kidneys are really painful, and
Since
my
then,
insides sort of hurt. Everything hurts at this point.
the wolf has got
That
some
morning,
clout now.
Claire had tried again to call out for help, but again, she got no response. Now, in the heat of the day, it was getting harder for her to muster the energy. And given how far she was from the trail, the likelihood of someone being close enough to hear her began to feel futile.
One of the things I was doing to keep my head in a good space was making these video messages. It wasn't for anybody at that point. It was just me talking to myself. And I think it was a way of feeling connected to something, feeling less alone, and also just, like getting things off your chest. Let's go to fight with the heat today. I'm not letting it win. Oh, boy, I don't want to have to do that again tomorrow. In this crazy heat, I keep thinking I'm hearing a helicopter. At one point I thought I heard an ambulance in the distance, but I was all in my head. Up there.
As far as food was concerned, Claire tried her best to eat the small bits she'd packed, but the combination of shock, pain, and dehydration drained her appetite. Humans can survive around 3 weeks without food if they have ample water. Without water, it's more like 3 days. On that second day in the desert, Claire ran out of water.
And I've been conserving my urine in my empty drink bottle. And in the back of my mind, I know people have done it, so just went straight in and started drinking that. It's gross. It's exactly what I imagined it would taste like. And the worst thing about it is just this aftertaste and kind of gets up into the back of your nose. It's unpleasant, but it's also, it was just nice to have something to drink at that stage.
As the sun set, Claire now faced a second straight night alone in the desert.
When the second night came around, I was just pretty distraught at that point. Because I thought, if no one's come to find me now, then it means that no one might ever come and find me.
Yeah.
But the only way that I'm going to be able to get out of here is to stay alive long enough for someone to notice I'm missing and put all of these pieces together.
Just gotta make sure that I wear the shirt.
So small and tenuous that I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how that might happen. Like, how would somebody, my family in New Zealand, my friends in London, and my friends in North America, how will they figure out that I'm missing? And then how will they figure out where I've gone missing? And how long will all of this take? And where the friends I was house sitting for were, because they were going off to Scotland for a wedding, and then they were going to Morocco. So I was like, what day is it now? What country will they be in? What's the time there? And doing all of this sort of maths in my mind, because I was like, I just don't see how this is going to work. Like, how are people going to figure this out? It was really the third day when I started to lose hope. I started to feel myself get weaker. The more my mood dropped, the more my morale fell. And that was hard. It was the first day I actually allowed myself to cry. I really don't want to be here. I really don't want to be here. Oh, God. I just get a little bit freaked out. I was crumbling. It was just hard to hold on, and I thought, I just don't know if I can stay alive long enough for people to figure all out these ridiculous little pieces of the puzzle. It was really hard to not sort of look back at my life, thinking about my life in London,
oh yeah,
all the way
this
back to my
pigeon.
childhood, and the ways in which I had held myself back in so many ways.
And the gas
that I could have done more, and I could have been braver, and I could have believed in myself
I was
a
so
lot more.
thirsty and hungry.
And it really dawned on me that so much of the things in my life that had held me back were based on fear of some kind, of being afraid of something, and that most of those fears were non-existent, and they were just things that I had created in my own head as obstacles. And it was just taking stock of the mistakes that I'd made in that respect, and really seeing them clearly for the first time. I mean, in a way, it was what I'd set out to do when I went off to Canada, except this just kind of all came crashing down on me very suddenly and in a very unexpected way. And I was thinking a lot about the people in my life and realizing how many great people I had in my life and how much I wanted to see them again. And I think the thing that was keeping me going above all else was the fact that despite being so depressed in the life that I was living, there was so much of the world that I wanted to continue to experience and to share it, and there was still so much joy to be had, and I just wasn't ready to give that up. When I reached that third night, that was the moment when I kind of gave in to the situation. I think just because I was getting so physically weak, it was like, okay, I'm going to have to think about this thing that I put away on the first day, this fact that I'm probably going to die here, and I need to really just acknowledge that for a moment. I remember that it was a very calm night. I remember seeing for the first time bats coming out of the rocks that were above me, and I hadn't seen them before, and I thought, well, that's nice. They must realise I'm not a threat, so they're starting to come out tonight. And then I thought, well, I guess I'm sort of becoming part of the desert now. Like, the animals are not threatened by me. You know, if I die here, then my bones will just kind of become part of the desert. And it felt like something quite beautiful about that. And I thought, well, actually, if I am going to have to die, like, there would have been so many worse ways to go and so many worse places to spend my last moments. And I felt this really incredible sense of peace, and it's not something I had ever experienced before and haven't since.
After the break, we'll hear the conclusion of Claire's story.
Some people get a wild haircut or book a spontaneous trip when life throws them a curveball. But Molly? Well, she goes headfirst into a world of no strings attached sex, secret rendezvous, forbidden affairs, and unforgettable adventures. And together, we tell every juicy detail in Dine
Shut the fuck up.
award-winning podcast that's now streaming on a TV near you, starring Michelle Williams and Jenny Slate. And to top it off, we're dropping brand new bonus episodes where I sit down with the cast to spill all the spicy secrets. Desire, friendship, self-discovery, and the ultimate bucket list of pleasure. This is a story that had everyone
How to get
talking.
distance done.
Listen to the original Dying for Sex and brand new episodes on the Wondery app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Probably
you can
have.
binge the original series before anyone else and completely ad.
Probably have another 20K, I think, or maybe 15.
CEO Brian Thompson stepped out onto the streets of Midtown Manhattan.
This assailant pulls out a weapon and starts firing at him.
We're talking about the CEO of the biggest private health insurance corporation in the world. And the suspect,
He has been identified as Luigi Nicholas Mangione.
became one of the most divisive figures in modern criminal history.
It was targeted, premeditated, and meant to sow terror.
I'm Jesse Weber, host of Luigi, produced by Law and Crime and Twist. This is more than a true crime investigation. We explore a uniquely American moment that could change the country forever.
He's awoken the people to a true issue. Finally, maybe this would lead rich and powerful people to acknowledge the barbaric nature of our healthcare system.
Listen to Law and Crime's Luigi exclusively on Wondery Plus. And join Wondery Plus in the Wondery app, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts.
Claire Nelson had survived 3 days alone in the punishing desert of Joshua Tree National Park after breaking her pelvis. By the third night, severely dehydrated and getting weaker by the hour, she gave up hope of rescue.
Went to sleep that night thinking that, well, this is it. Goodbye. And went to sleep. And then that fourth morning came around and I woke up and I was kind of like, okay, I'm still here. But I was very, very weak at that point. Like, I didn't have the energy to hold my sunshade up, so I just draped it on top of me. And I was drifting in and out of consciousness. I was so dehydrated. Everything hurt. I was in so much pain. And just didn't have it in me anymore. It was Friday at that point, Friday morning. And I'd been up there since Tuesday morning. So I was just sort of waiting to die at that point. I was sort of in this weird fever dream in the afternoon, and then I hear a helicopter, and I'm thinking I'm imagining it, because I can't see it, but I sort of come to, and I'm listening, and I'm like, no, it definitely is a helicopter. And then I hear this voice come over the announcer from the helicopter saying, we're looking for a missing hiker. And I couldn't believe it, but I also didn't think they were looking for me. I thought, they're looking for a hiker, that's great, they might find me as well. So I got quite excited, and I'm shouting, and I'm trying to wave the sunshade, and I'm so weak, but give it everything. And then the sound of the helicopter gets quieter, and they disappear, and they leave. And I'm just like, well, that's my chance gone, unless they come back. And then they do come back a little while later, and this time I hear the same announcement, but they say my name. And it was like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, someone's figured it out. Someone's figured out that I'm out here. So that was an incredible realization. But also, they're at least a mile away. They're looking for me on the trail. I need them to come over to this part of the park. And so I hear the helicopter get quiet and disappear again. And it was so silent after that moment. I thought, I can't believe it. Oh, it was so heartbreaking, because I just thought I was so close to getting out of here. And I had no idea how long it was until I heard them again. But they did come back a third time. And I thought, this time I'm going to be ready for them. I put my t-shirt on the sunshade, I put everything I had on it, made it really big. I put this plastic bag and the t-shirt and the hat on the stick. I'm holding it as high as I can, and I'm waving it and waving it. I still can't see this helicopter, but then I hear them say my name, and they say, we see you, and we're going to come and get you. And I kind of went into shock at that point. Like, the relief that washed over me in that moment is something I will never forget. And then I felt like I was in shock, because I was convinced I was going to die. And suddenly, oh no, wait, no, I'm not. It was so strange to be in shock over something so wonderful. And it was also a nice sense of sort of letting go and being like, it doesn't matter, because someone's going to come and they can take over now. Like, I don't have to fight anymore. People are going to come, they're going to bring pain medication, they're going to fix me, and I'm going to see my family again. So it was just this lovely relief of not having to hold myself together.
Claire was spotted by a Riverside County Sheriff's helicopter team.
So the two officers found some of the land, they hiked down to me, and suddenly there was two other people in this little tiny canyon I was in, and that felt really surreal. And we were joking around because I was so elated, I was giddy, and they were like, we can't believe you're making jokes, let alone the fact that you're alive. Like, they were looking for a body. They figured out how long I'd been out there and had, thought that I would be dead. So there I am cracking jokes with them, and they were in disbelief, and I was in shock, and it was just wonderful feeling all the same. But they hadn't brought any gear to get me out, so they had to radio for the California Highway Patrol, who could drop on a stretcher. And then they lifted me out of that place, and I remember just hanging below this helicopter thinking, I can't believe it, I'm going to live. It was so surreal, because I'm lying in the ICU, I'm filthy, I'm in pain, and then someone hands me a phone, and it's my mum. And it turns out that all my friends and family around the world had been talking to each other, trying to piece things together, which was so wonderful, and it really hit home then that I have so many people in my life who care about me, and I need to stop being so solitary all the time, because it almost killed me. And then when my mum came over from New Zealand to California, it was just so wonderful to see her and be able to hug her. And then when my friends arrived back from their trip and they came straight to the hospital and they were in tears, and it's just, it was wonderful. I felt bad that I'd put everybody through that, but it was just wonderful to see them again.
After the rescue, Claire learned the full story of how she'd been tracked down.
My mum had sort of noticed that I hadn't been posting anything online, but just wanted to leave me alone, and I'm independent. My friends who I've been house sitting for also noticed the same thing. She hadn't been posting anything on social media. They sent me some texts, I didn't reply. So they got some friends to come around to the house just to check in on me and said, she's not here, the car's not here. And that's when they found like my notes saying what day I was going to do what hike. And they were like, we need to call search and rescue. And it just started to unravel from there. They found the car at the trailhead. But the reason that the helicopter actually found me was down to the deputies in the chopper who were leaving the park to refuel and decided to take this particular route because someone had been lost and found there about 10 years before. And they just did it on a whim, on a hunch. And, I owe them my life for that.
Claire's physical recovery was grueling. She spent 18 days in the hospital in Palm Springs.
I couldn't walk. I'm on a huge collection of medications on fluids being pumped into me for almost 2 weeks. And then my mum took me back to Canada and looked after me there for about 2 months until I was well enough to get on a flight over to New Zealand.
Back in her home country, Claire spent the next 4 months learning how to walk again.
I had 2 pins put into my pelvis, which I still have. I'd also suffered a broken toe and a very bad ankle sprain, and today the ankle is the thing that still gives me the most problems, but it could have been so much worse. So I'm almost grateful that I had this little reminder of what could have been.
Along with her physical recovery, Claire says she's faced an emotional one.
I was almost high, almost absolute high, because I suddenly had this bonus life that I wasn't expecting. And everything, every day felt like a bonus, despite the physical pains and limitations. And I think it's taken me the past 4 years to kind of still process it all. Like, it's still unraveling kind of what I've learned from that and how it's affecting me going forward. I really learned a lot about what it means to be hyper-independent, because being independent's great. Being an independent woman who does her own thing, that's great, and it has a lot of benefits to it. But the way I was living my life was actually going too far in that direction. I wasn't being as independent as I was out of any kind of strength. It was actually out of fear. I was keeping everyone at arm's length. I was refusing to ask for help. I was refusing to accept help. And I had done it under the guise of being successful and strong. And in fact, that's not what was happening at all. And so being able to see that was a really big game changer for me.
One thing that hasn't changed, Claire still goes hiking alone.
I love hiking alone. It's still something that's really important to me, to be alone in the wilderness. It allows me to clear my head, and it allows me to also just appreciate where I am in life. But now when I'm hiking by myself, I make sure that somebody knows where I'm going, and I also carry a satellite messenger, so no matter where I am, it doesn't matter, I'm not relying on my phone. And I still have the stick. One of my prized possessions.
Thank God, for once.
I'm convinced it saved my life. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't had that with me.
For once, I'm not drenched in rain.
In January of 2019, just 8 months after her fall, Claire Nelson returned to Joshua Tree.
One of the things I really wanted to do was to go back and finish the hike, the Lost Palms Oasis, and it became a really good motivational tool to recover, to keep me going. And so as soon as I was able to walk, I was back on a plane to California, and I did. I went and finished the hike and invited the friends I'd made there with me, and that was fantastic. It was so surreal though. I'm walking on this trail, and the first 2 miles or so, I remembered it all, and then I sort of came to the point where I figured out that's where I'd taken a wrong turn. There's this tiny little wooden sign with an arrow pointing to go up a bank, and I must have just turned the wrong way at the time and not even seen it. My friends and I sort of stopped there for a moment and passed around a little whiskey and took stock of what could have been, and then kept going, and we made it all the way there and back and saw these amazing palm trees. And I was just so aware of the fact that somewhere, a couple of miles away from me, was another version of myself that was just lying out there, dying, and I just couldn't get that out of my head. And so every step I was just incredibly grateful. I mean, grateful just feels like too small a word, I have to say. I say that word a lot, and I think it doesn't do it justice, the appreciation that I was feeling. I think there was that element of having walked the same first couple of miles that I'd walked before, but then going beyond that. And it was almost like that's kind of what life was like for me now. I got to keep on living and seeing more of life and doing more, and all the things that I hadn't wanted to kind of close the book on. And so that trail really did feel like this kind of metaphor in a way for my life now. But there's this whole other part that I'm yet to see and yet to experience, but now I actually get to keep walking and doing it.
A year after her accident in Joshua Tree, Claire wrote a memoir about the experience. She called it Things I Learned from Falling.
You just feel miserable.
She's been asked many times about why she thinks she survived.
A lot of people will tell me that, oh, I would have just died. And I tell them, no, you wouldn't, because that's not how we're designed. Every single atom in our body is designed to keep us alive. And it's just that we don't normally have to switch those mechanisms on in our day-to-day life, thankfully. But we have them. So I wouldn't believe anybody who would tell me that, oh, I would have just given up and died there and then. So no, I really think you're designed to fight and be resourceful and use whatever tools you have mentally or physically at your disposal.
Thanks to Claire Nelson for sharing her story with us. Claire is currently working on a second book about hiking across her native New Zealand and exploring the meaning of home, something she says she's thought a lot about since her fall.
If you like Against the Odds, you can binge all episodes early and ad-free right now by joining Wondery Plus in the Wondery app or on Apple Podcasts. Prime members can listen ad-free on Amazon Music. And before you go, tell us about yourself by filling out a short survey at Wondery.com/survey.
This was Stranded in Joshua Tree. Thanks again to our guest, Claire Nelson. To learn more about her story, we recommend Claire's book, Things I Learned from Falling. I'm your host, Cassie DePepper. This episode was produced and written by Peter Arcuni. Sound design by Joe Richardson. Audio engineer is Sergio Enriquez. Original theme music by Scott Velasquez and 2K for Freeze on Sync. Series producers are Emily Frost, Matt Olmos, and Alita Rosansky. Managing producer is Desi Blake. Amelia's heart skips. Since 1919, there have been a number of transatlantic flights, but there were multiple crew members on board those planes. Charles Lindbergh has done what no one has done before. Flown from New York to Paris by himself without stopping. Marion peeks at the article over Amelia's shoulder. Look, they're calling him Lucky Lindy. Amelia feels a surge of excitement. This flight is a breakthrough moment. She imagines not one, but many flights across the Atlantic every day. She imagines using airplanes for passengers, for business, even to deliver mail. Then, an idea sparks in her mind. Marion, what if the carnival passes were distributed around Boston from the air? Marion laughs. Be serious. Who would do that? Amelia shrugs. Well, I would. Marion's eyes light up. Amelia knows she'll be flying again soon. George Putnam struggles to keep his balance as he walks down the aisle of a fast-moving commuter train. Putnam runs a publishing house in Manhattan. After a long day at the office, he's looking forward to returning to his comfortable home in the wealthy coastal suburb of Rye, New York. As he enters the lounge car, he hears someone calling his name. George! George Putnam! George turns and sees his friend, Hilton Rayleigh, waving to him. Hilton's a public relations man from Boston, and George is happy to see him. George takes a seat next to Hilton as the train speeds north out of Manhattan. George specializes in true-life adventure books, written by the adventurers themselves. Just last spring, he published Charles Lindbergh's account of his solo flight over the Atlantic. It was a huge bestseller. But now, it's the spring of 1928, and George is looking for a new adventure to capitalize on. He has a lead on something interesting, and Hilton might just be the guy to help make it happen. George looks around to make sure nobody's in earshot.
Yeah, lumps.
He tells Hilton what he knows. So
Young
there's
sheep.
this wealthy woman, and she's planning a flight, a very long flight. Hilton looks at him curiously. How long? all the way across the Atlantic. As the train chugs toward the suburbs, George tells Hilton more. The wealthy woman is Amy Phipps Guest, the 55-year-old daughter of an American steel magnate. She's so determined, she's already purchased a plane. Guest isn't a pilot, so she was in the process of pulling together a crew to fly her. But then, her family talked her out of it. George leans closer to Hilton. Mrs. Guest is looking for an American woman pilot to take her place in the crew. She wants this woman to have the right image, adventurous, but also a decent human being who commands respect. Sounds great, but where do I come in? George narrows his gaze. Help me find her. Hilton, think about it. It's not
Oh
a
my
solo
god, this
flight.
one is pretty boring
She'd be the first woman to fly across the Atlantic.
and annoying.
If we find the right girl, we've got a guaranteed bestseller on our hands. Hilton looks out the window, tapping his finger on his chin. I think I can... A listener note. Against the Odds uses dramatizations that are based on true events. Some elements, including dialogue, may be invented, but everything is based on research. Gregory Richardson grips his front door handle and takes a deep breath, bracing himself. He's afraid of what he might find when he steps outside. It's around 9:30 a.m. on Monday, August 29, 2005, in New Orleans, Louisiana. Overnight, the wind howled and rain poured down as Hurricane Katrina made landfall. Richardson huddled inside, convinced the walls of his house were going to rip off. But now that the worst of the storm seems to have passed, he's ready to assess the damage. Richardson is a successful real estate investor in his late 40s. He grew up in New Orleans' Lower Ninth Ward, a predominantly black working-class neighborhood. Now he lives just 10 miles from there, but a world away, in a beautiful home with a swimming pool in eastern New Orleans. He's proud of the life he's built here for himself and his family. He loves his home and hopes Katrina didn't damage anything beyond repair. He opens the door. The wind is stronger than he expected, and some rain is still coming down, so he only ventures as far. A tree branch could still come toppling down, but at first glance, things don't seem too bad. His privacy fence is damaged, but that can be easily fixed. He doesn't see any major pieces of debris in the yard. The rest of his neighborhood, an upper middle class subdivision called Lake Barrington, looks okay too. Richardson pulls out his cell phone and calls his wife. She and her 90-year-old father evacuated to Atlanta to go stay with her sister. His wife answers on the first ring.
I'm so glad to hear your voice. How are you holding up? How are things at the house?
The house is fine, and I am too. There were a few moments last night that I wish I was in Atlanta with you. The wind was really shrieking, but I made it through.
He steps off the front porch and down their walkway, describing the minimal damage.
The street is draining pretty well, too. All in all, I think we dodged a bullet.
Thank God. How's your dad?
Richardson's father also chose to stay in New Orleans, rather than evacuate. He weathered the storm and Richardson arrived at home, in the lower Ninth Ward.
I'm gonna call him as soon as we're done talking. I'm sure he's fine. He's ridden out worse storms than this.
Okay, well, sounds like my dad and I will be home soon.
Suddenly, Richardson hears a roar in the distance. He pivots his head and his eyes go wide.
Honey, I gotta go.
A wall of water is surging down the street, like a giant tidal wave. It's churning, full of tree branches and pieces of debris, and it's coming straight toward his house.
I would define reclaiming as to take back what was yours. Something you possess is lost or stolen, and ultimately you triumph in finding it again. Listen to
The
Reclaiming
music.
with Monica Lewinsky
Yeah.
wherever you get your podcasts.
When Luigi Mangione was arrested for allegedly shooting the CEO of United Healthcare, he didn't just spark outrage, he ignited a cultural firestorm. Is the system working, or is it time for a reckoning? I'm Jesse Weber. Listen to Law and Crime's Luigi exclusively on Wondery Plus.
From Wondery, I'm Kathy DePecco, and this is Against the Odds. In August 2005, Hurricane Katrina made landfall in southeastern Louisiana, not far from New Orleans. It was the worst hurricane to hit the city since Betsy in 1965, 40 years earlier. Storm experts had long predicted that a major hurricane could be devastating to New Orleans, about half of which sits below sea level. And when the city's intricate system of levees and flood walls failed, forecasters' worst fears came true. The storm surge from Katrina filled up New Orleans like a bowl, leaving 80% of the city underwater. Residents were stranded on rooftops and in attics, desperately awaiting rescue. Then, a natural disaster turned into a man-made one, when both local and federal officials botched their response. Communication failures and poor leadership left over 100,000 residents stranded for 5 days with no power, little food and water, and limited medical supplies. Just under 1,400 people died, and hundreds of thousands of homes were destroyed, predominantly in black neighborhoods. This is the story of the residents pushed to their limits, the government officials who did their best against an apathetic bureaucracy, and the ordinary people who became heroes when their government abandoned them. This is episode 1, Code Red. Dr. Kier.
The dog is like, what? Yeah, I just turned it on for an indication rather than for anything else. It won't, I mean, I think we'll reach the city by the time it actually turns completely dark. We're pretty close by. Yeah, people are a bit sleepy in this kind of weather to begin with. till since the time you bought them. Yeah, sometimes it just is like that with some things. Next winter. Mostly written during the day, yeah. Hey. Excuse me, chat. Something hit my throat. Some bug. This is what happens if you keep your mouth open and write. Yeah. What? I still can connect and go now. I don't know, maybe not. We'll just listen to the GPS for once. U-turn. U-turn. Yeah. Birds are at it. Right. What the fuck? Oh. I swallowed it, chat. Oh my god. Hey Wes, you came in at a weird time. Fucking who knows what kind of shit that thing has been sitting on all day long. Yeah, bugs are flying into my mouth. Time to keep it shut. The parallel path over there is the one we took the last time. You just click and laugh. Comedy Central. Have you missed anything? Well, we're towards the end of the ride. Not much really. It was just a bunch of road miles. Hi. Yeah, we've been riding for a bit. Yeah, it was kind of rush hour when I started, but now it's obviously calm. Want to. Yeah, it's kind of how I felt as well. Maybe I should have taken the... Okay. Did not think about where the mat was on. I'm assuming it's a gnat, I'm not quite sure. It's gone now, it's inside my body. It's actually been raining here for a bit. Yesterday it rained a lot at my place. Oh, the bike path is here. South Texas, low 80. Yeah, that's warm. Get out of the way, duck. Get out of the way. We're almost back. Absolutely necessary. Yeah, it's gonna be hot, hot, hot. Yeah, here we have like a few days of pretty hot, and that's it. Something is wrong with the weather already. Yeah. Equator. Equator. What else are you going to talk about, I guess? $1,500 north of Corpus. Yeah. I don't really mind talking about the weather, really. I engage in it. One, two, three, four, five. Oh yeah, of course I remember Wes. I would say that my memory is about average. It used to be better, it's gotten worse. These days I forget people's names. Bad rotator cuff. Oh yeah, I had that issue with my right shoulder for a while. And then I did my own analysis and whatever at home. For a few days it was pretty bad. And then after I did my self therapy or whatever, after like a couple of days, it just went away on its own. I mean, it's still there, but not as... I mean, the right shoulder is not as good as the left, but so much better than before. But yeah, I feel you. It's just so annoying. You can ride your bike though, yeah. I had issues, my main issue was like the mobility of the shoulder itself was restricted to, like if I have to put it back and touch my shoulder blade or put it up, and yeah, it was just kind of weird and painful. It was kind of annoying before, but from the time I fell on that right shoulder, it just got worse. but now it's back to the state it was before. Put in the work. Oh yeah, it will get better for sure. Just do it. Mobility was something, yeah. We're almost back. Almost back to the town, chat. My estimate was right. And I said maybe 20 more kilometers. Yeah, but also I had been streaming a bit early and not into the night, kinda. So, yeah. Time difference. At 1:30 p.m. I see. Yeah. the order starts almost any time it's convenient. Yeah. Ever since that thing went inside my body, I've been feeling weird, chat. Hopefully that doesn't end up in something stupid. Why do they accelerate right when they're like overtaking you? And they don't do that when they start overtaking you. Nah, I haven't seen it yet. I didn't chew properly. Yeah. Hope not. Can't afford to get sick. Alright, chat. We have made it back to the base station. That was a bit of a spinning ride. Some cool, expensive, yeah. Just to blink eyes, yeah. Bling bling, sling sling. Alright, chat. Hopefully catch you all tomorrow. I'm gonna get some food. Eat some food. Yeah, I mean, I'm not thinking about the fly, it's just that I'm feeling a bit weird. So, hopefully, it's just that I need to eat food. Peace out, bugs out.